background, and this is very shiny.
It is very shiny. 6 of Crows. How exciting.
Hi, people. Yeah, because
Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. JD's here. JD.
JD, hi.
Welcome. So exciting to see you. Oh, come here, Atlas. Atlas was mad earlier because he wanted to go down and drink water, but now he
Aw.
just wants to be back up. So, yeah.
Um,
So, Clementine, how has your weekend been and your Monday?
So my weekend has been pretty good, except the snow that I didn't plan for on Saturday for my car, so I was kind of late. Playing some board games with friends. You were there, so I was late. But
Yeah.
otherwise it was good. I did some reading, not as much as I'd like, so I do have to make a good attempt, and probably not finishing, but good attempt continuing, because I did do like probably 100 pages from last week more, but I'm only 230 pages into it, so nearly 50%, but not.
That's
So
awesome. Good progress, though. We're proud of you. That's a challenging read. It definitely takes some effort. So that one's great. Warning, there are some barking dogs outside. So if we hear little Atlas start to bark, he does have external stimulation why that might happen. You can see his ears start to go high. But yeah, I am not sure what I'm going to read today. I get to pick from my fancy dancy Ziploc bag one of the star books that Clementine picked for me. So I've got some light purples, some light blues, some dark blues, like a really dark navy blue, and then a green. So if anyone would like to pick a color to take away some of my decisioning, totally go for it. And yeah, I don't know whether to be scared, Clementine.
you should not.
No? Are you sure?
Not.
Like I shouldn't pick one, or I shouldn't be scared?
No, you should not be scared. I'm doing a little bit of fun. Sorry.
That's okay. No worries. I think I'm going to go for one of the green ones today.
I tried to be strategic, but I think all of them, some of them might be a little bit of a challenge for you, right? But all of them will help you in some of your goals, right? So
yeah,
whatever you decide to do.
You tuck these in so tight. Oh, I got this one. That's the first one. Be proud of me. Oh no, I just kicked this one off of my TBR.
Actually. Oh, what is it?
So this is The Extraordinary Adventures of the Athena Club, which is a follow-up to The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. And I just deleted it from my pile of shame because I decided that I don't remember enough from The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter to like really get into it. And it definitely didn't feel worth it for me to go back and reread.
So there's two ways to go about it then. Yeah. One, I could choose something else from my extras.
You could.
Or you just pick another one randomly.
Why don't I pick another one, but the next time I see you, you can add another one to the bag. Does that seem fair? Okay. Is that all right?
Yep. Also, another one is that do you want me to tell you in which pile it was?
Oh, totally up to you. I'm assuming it was my pile of shame pile, but I guess it could have been my series TBR. You got it from my series TBR? Oh, gosh. That means there are even more pile of shame books in here. Clementine.
Yep.
You're killing me.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry. I told you I was a little bit. You
were, yeah. You went in hard on that one. Oh, see, that's what I'm actually excited for.
Good.
I know if you can see it. There you go. The Black Powder War by Naomi Novik. I
Mm,
love Naomi Novik. This goes in that it's probably an easy one to read pile. This is the
yes.
third one in the Temeraire series. And I am super excited for this one. And this is definitely still on my TBR. And I think I probably should be able to get the audiobook of it tonight.
But I mean, it is like a good ways into a series, so yeah,
Yeah, it's 3 books
would
in,
say.
and it's a pretty old series. It's not like new and exciting. So
Mm-hmm.
we should be good to go. If anyone who's watching is going to be reading today, go ahead and tell us what you're reading. If not, no worries.
Sure.
And yes, audiobook acquired. Success. Woo.
Perfect. Then should we go into sprints?
Let's do it. I'm going to grab the timer.
Sure.
Usually we start with 45 minutes.
Yes. And I will believe.
Sorry?
No, no, you're good.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Good things going on.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Good luck reading 45 minutes. See you guys soon. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Hello, all. Let us know
Hello,
what you
everyone.
accomplished. Let us know what you read. Clementine,
Yes.
how's the book?
Good. Have read nearly 40 pages, I think. 30 or 40 pages. I don't know. I think I upped the audiobook speed, definitely, and I'm immersion reading, so important things happened. If you know, it was like the end of their third year, just after they did the exams. Uh, wow. Okay. I am very scared for the rest and what's going to happen because it can't end nicely. It just it will end badly. It's just yeah. And yes,
It always
JD, you
does.
are new. The meow doesn't startle me anymore, but it does for a while, for sure.
Every once in a while, I'll be like
Mhm.
crocheting or something as I'm reading, and then it like really gets me. If it's a surprise, which yeah, that'll
Yes.
do it.
Yes.
So I made progress on my book too. I am now at 14%, which is pretty good. And
Good.
yeah, I'm having fun. It's nice to be back in the world. For those of you who don't know, this is the third book in a series. It's a pretty lengthy series. I think it's got like 8-ish books in it. And it's about basically the Napoleonic Wars if there were also dragons.
Mm.
So everyone around the world, like all governments, are like trying to build up their dragon fleets to become essentially like world powers. So super fun. We're following this very studious dragon
Mm.
who and his like handler who he's like all for like being part of war and whatever, but he'd also just like really like to read books and
Sure.
talk to you about ethics.
Mm.
So yeah, they're super charming. And I am continuing to work on my embroidery. So our
Ooh.
octopus is knitting, and now I'm working on making the fabric that he's knitting.
Nice. Nice,
Success.
nice, nice.
Yes.
So, in order, we have Michelle that read 28 pages. Woohoo!
Woo!
Congrats.
Okay.
She was reading. Let me just pull up
She's
the
reading
how
yeah.
to score at a crime scene. I know there was the crime scene in there, but I didn't want to. The that is set a murder mystery set in Baltimore. Then we have Scorpio that read 30 pages and ate dinner. Yay! You were in the slum. So, what did you read? Did she tell us that she was reading before? I'm
I
not sure
I'm
she
not sure
did.
that Scorpio
So,
said what she's
please let
reading
us
yet, so we'll
know.
need a Scorpio
Yeah.
update. Yeah.
And if you're enjoying it. JD read, he's on page 46. Pretty good.
Woo. Um,
And Michelle, yes. Apparently, it sounds like Poe, her cat, one of her cats. So, the
absolutely.
cat
Yeah,
time.
and we had some other friends. Like so I was like messaging Linda during the sprint,
Mm,
being like, oh, if you like like if
yes.
you're looking for a Robin McKinley read alike, maybe some of T. Kingfisher's later hearted stuff. It's so hard because Robin McKinley is so wonderful. So
Uh,
it's hard to find a read alike for her.
sure. Sure, sure, sure. But she was saying that she was knitting a pair of socks and listening to The Winter Rose by
Yes.
Jennifer Donnelly.
Which I did look up. It looks like that one's a historical romance, which looks pretty good. Very
Mm-hmm.
long though.
Nice. Nice, nice.
Awesome stuff.
Nice.
So Clementine, how's the bookshelf decluttering
The
going?
bookshelf decluttering, I have done so. So I can tell you we are nearly like mid-January, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can tell you numbers in terms of my TBR, right? Because I started the year at 142 physical books, and I have 122. So I did
Okay.
minus 20.
Good job in 13 days.
Yes.
Pretty impressive.
but also I heavily like I got rid of like a whole series in physical format because I'm like the Witcher series. I realized it's not something that I think the audiobooks are pretty good, and I will probably read them at some point, but on audiobooks, so I'm not like too. Also, it's not something that I'm really too interested in reading. Maybe right now, maybe later on. I'm not too but that's already like $6, for example. Ooh, Linda
And
loves that
Linda, me
series,
too.
and
It's
I
such a
actually
good one.
I have that one on my TBR this month, and I
Ooh.
should actually read it as soon as I finish this one. I want to try it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a really good one. I think if you like an animal companion,
yes, I
Temeraire
do.
is just immediately so like real.
Mhm.
That and you're mainly in his like handler's head most of the time. Like you're
Oh,
viewing Temeraire from an outside perspective. And
that's
their relationship is just so beautiful.
okay. I
Just
yeah,
love.
I think you sold me even more because like I don't think I hated any book that had an animal companion, to be honest.
Yeah.
And especially an animal companion that has an animal that is sentient and which you see the POV of is like so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Yes, looks like Linda super agrees
Ooh,
with me. She's read it twice. Nice.
she's read it
Michelle,
twice.
they're dragons. They're
Yes,
dragons. Temeraire is a
dragons.
dragon, and he's
Mm-hmm.
actually like a super big, super amazing dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got like some good war capabilities, but he's just a a philosopher in his heart
Mm-hmm.
and a historian.
Yes.
So yes,
Yeah.
we love him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
Anyway, I'm really happy right now where I am for Babel because I think the while it was really interesting like the school setting and I do love the school setting, it was
mhm.
getting a little bit repetitive, so I think now we got like some important things happening that will change obviously the dynamic, so it is interesting.
So Michelle here is referencing our Dungeons and Dragons campaign where she
Yes.
has an animal companion
Mhm.
who is a pygmy owl named Piglet, which is
Yes.
very cute. But
Mm.
I do think Temeraire is also pretty great. Michelle, you'll just have to read them and let us know what you think. Maybe in our next campaign, you'll be like, I want a dragon this time.
Yeah, also I think at least like the first few books I've seen were pretty short in terms of compared to like other fantasy
Oh,
books,
yeah.
right?
No, they're
Because
not
it's
long.
like
Yeah.
the first book is like 10 hours in audiobook
Yeah.
at one time speed, right?
Yes.
Oh, Scorpio, you want to try to read Babel this year. It's really good. You do need to give yourself the time to read it because it does take a while to get into. It is a slow-paced kind of book. And honestly, the audiobook is really good, but I did like to have also like the physical, at least in the beginning. I have been reading while driving a little bit today on audio, but like mostly I do prefer like do that. Uh,
Yeah, I read Babel pretty quickly, primarily on audio,
mm,
but I think it was like right at the end of the school year. So I didn't have a lot that was like weighing on my mind. I was just like wrapping up little things. So, I could focus. It was a 3.5 for me. I think that the themes are really rich, but it was slower than I personally prefer.
yeah,
So I had like a couple of little quips, but it wasn't
sure.
about like, I don't think it's a bad book at all. I think it's a good book. Yeah.
Yeah, and I personally don't mind a slow book. So far, I don't think it will be a 5 star, but it might go into 5 star. So far, it's more like a four
Yeah.
feeling for me. Because I do love the whole also discussion not only about race but like about the translations and the meaning of words and the etymology. I think is really interesting. Um,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
yeah.
I wonder,
Oh, so Michelle says that she might need to read Babel, but it's a 3 week wait at the library for her. And Michelle, apparently, the audiobook is on YouTube.
I guess my question there would be
Hmm.
whether it's like an official sanctioned
Yes.
audiobook or not. You can get
Yeah.
into some kind of dicey water there. And
Yeah.
especially if the library has it, if your library
Mhm.
doesn't have it and it's the only way you can access it, like do your thing, no
Sure.
judgment. But yeah.
Yeah.
Linda says she has Babel on hold too, but she wasn't
Ooh.
sure about it. And yeah, I definitely think it's one that if you try, like, you'll know pretty quickly, I think, once you start it, whether it's something that you're going to enjoy.
Yeah.
I'm not
I would.
saying like read a
Mhm.
chapter and put it down, but like it does, like the themes that come out up throughout the novel come up pretty early on, and you kind of know what you're getting into. Um,
Sure.
so
I would say to give yourself like 3, 4 chapters to decide still. And especially like if you are enjoying it but you do feel like you're reading it very slowly, still give yourself the time to read it slowly, because it might be a book that it's certainly not a book that I would like read in one sitting. Um Even if I had like a
it,
full day wanting to just binge it and everything, I would not, because I do like to sit on it a little bit.
as you did have and as you chose not to do, which is totally your right
Exactly.
and your prerogative.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with Clementine. I think that if you're like wanna, oh, I just like want to be reading, I want to be finishing things, like if you're
Mm-hmm.
needing the dopamine rush of like accomplishing something, Babel might not be the one to pick up right away. But if you're in for like the longer, slower books at the moment, then like go for it. It's certainly not like a fun, lighthearted read. It's like deeper than,
Sure. No,
yeah.
no, it is. And it has a lot of conversations. I also really enjoy the how she, obviously, since you're in this fantasy, historical Oxford setting, where you have the silver bars that can be inscribed into magic. So she did really think through like every single aspect. So you still have like a lot of the inventions that you can think happening in the 19th century, let's say the telegraph, for example, but they will like change a little bit how things happen, because they say like, oh, you have this silver magic that is used in Babel, so what do you think will happen then? So she really went through like all the implications of like, and there is like an interplay between like the technology of the time that is still there and the magic in there, and also how those conversations change also the conversation with race and gender and all the problems that you have associated with that, which of
Yeah.
course
Well,
it,
I mean, a lot of what, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't change, how they are viewed. It's just um that's now they kind of have a purpose, because obviously if you know a language that is kind of sought after, then you're just brought to this school to learn a little bit more about the silver making, because you can be of value, but also you're not valued as a person, just as what you can be useful.
Yeah, yeah. It's taking the like the kind of high concept of colonialism and taking
Yes.
like resources from countries and making it really
Hmm.
concrete, right? Like this
Yes.
concrete
Yeah, yeah. No.
silver, concrete magic, and like really like it's just making everything a little bit more obvious than it is in the real world. And I don't want to give away too much. I think that the
No.
book does a really nice
No, no,
job
I
of
think that's enough.
exploring all of those things. And I
Yes.
do think that it's like it is, and one of the criticisms of Babel is that it like kind of hits you over the head with it, which is fair. It does do that, but it also means that as you're reading it, you're really getting most of what the author intended, which
Yes.
I think is good.
But I don't think also, I think it is interesting though, because yes, it is. It seems very concrete because, like, with the way it's written, because you really just follow these like 4 students that are part of this. Well, you follow mostly this one student, but he's part of this cohort of 4 students overall, and you really follow their experience So it makes everything, like, and each of the students is different in different ways. So you see him also, and I think in the way it is very obvious, but also because the person you follow is kind of trying to assimilate a bit more compared to other characters. He just wants to be this student in Oxford and doesn't want to show that
Mhm.
kind of his Chinese heritage or anything like that, right? A little bit. So I think there's, I don't know if I know how to talk about this, but
I think that we've given a pretty
yeah,
good gist. And we're also, it's
yes,
been
talking
like
for a while.
15-ish minutes since
Yes,
we've been sprinting. How do we feel about going back into another sprint?
I feel pretty good. Also, I
Okay.
will probably read like another sprint or two with this one, but I was thinking also of probably trying to pick another book from you to see after. Especially if it's a big book like this one or like someone that will take me longer, because that way I could chip away at it a little bit like that I've been doing with Babel with another, easier read in between. Or if it's an easier one, I can switch to that one and just anyway.
Yeah, totally. Whatever works for your reading style, and what you need. Sounds awesome. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen again. There we go.
Okay.
And we will see everyone back here in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Good luck.
Good luck.
It did startle me that time. I'll be honest.
It
So
did
how is the
not, but
sorry?
simply because I saw the timer like 15 seconds before.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's how I usually avoid
Hmm.
being startled.
Sure.
For some reason that sprint just like felt super long to me. So like
Oh.
halfway through I was like, wow, it feels like it's a long time.
Mm.
And then I didn't look at the timer again for the second half. So I had no idea that it was
Sure.
coming up. But here's the embroidery progress. So I'm
Ooh.
slowly filling it in. I'm like more than
Hmm.
halfway done with the fabric part. And then we get to switch to blue and do the octopus.
Ooh, that is exciting.
Very exciting. How's the book?
Great. I can't talk about anything that's happening, but a lot
Yeah.
of things are happening. And it really, for me, the sprint felt short. I reached page 313, nearly 60%. So I'm making good
Yay.
progress, honestly. I mean, it's
That's awesome progress.
like yeah, nearly two-thirds. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Amazing. I reached, I think I'm around 30%, but let me check. I'm at 28%, which makes sense. And yeah, having a good time. I I full disclosure did not read the description of this book before picking it up.
Mm.
Once I decide I like a series, I just know I'm gonna read all of them. Like I
Sure.
don't bother to read the descriptions. So this one turned out to be like way more of a traveling story than I anticipated. In the second book, they end up traveling to China to because the dragon, his egg was originally from China, so he goes
Mm.
there to like meet his family. And so then like in this book, they're traveling from China to go pick up some other
Mm.
dragon eggs in another location for the British army or whatever
Mm.
the magical army is called in this. And so when they're going, they actually end up they're supposed to take a ship, but they end up traveling over land for a really big part of it. So it's more like of a survival situation. They're like traveling across the desert. It's kind of perilous. There are like raiders and all of these things. But it's also just kind of like meandering, not in
Mm.
a bad way, just in I I don't know. It feels like a lot happened and also not a lot happened during
Sure,
that
it's kind of
last
harder because there might not be a big plot direction so far for you, right? Because it's just
yeah,
they're going to that point, but like it's not maybe the point even of the story. Uh,
yeah. It's certainly like I don't know. It's just like a lighter fantasy. Like I'm used to my fantasy being either way more intense or like way cozier. So it's just kind of this interesting in between.
mm.
Yeah, Michelle's making fun of me. It's a traveling book. Of course, they meander. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. And on that note, let's celebrate our friends. Michelle listened to 40 minutes
Yes.
of Aversion
Ooh.
and did some of her book nook. So Michelle is crafting like when you have a bookshelf, there are these book nooks that you can
Yes.
purchase or create on your own that are like these little boxes that slot in
Hmm.
between your books, and it looks like you have a little room or like a little house, or there are lots of different ones.
Yep.
So she's working on creating a little book nook, which is
Yes.
awesome.
And she inspired me in also finishing mine because I bought one like years ago at this point, probably 2 years ago when I started it and I never finished. So hopefully, in a week or two I could show you.
We would love to see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Linda's making some progress. Made it all the way to chapter 87. She's got 5 hours left, which is pretty impressive. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Oopsies.
No.
And yeah, absolutely. It is like an adventuring travel book for sure. Which again, if I had read the description, I probably would have expected.
To be honest, if I start reading a series, I usually have a little bit of a plot information when I start before starting the series to see if I would be
Mhm.
interested in, what the series as a whole is about, right? Who it's following or things like that. But otherwise, after that, if I really like the first book and I decide to continue, I look at zero things because
Yeah.
I want to be surprised because like I do love going into books blind. So like people who know my taste, I'm like recommend me a book. I love doing that. Even if I don't like it, I love going into a book and not knowing about anything. Um but yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of
On that
which,
note, have you decided if you're picking a new one today?
well, I feel like I'm nearly 60% in, and I will read probably from this one again and in the next brains, right? For sure.
Okay.
But like I do want to pick mine for like at least to also see if it's something that can get, if I already have it or that, I can get it from the library easily or something like that. So,
There are only two that are like Angela picks for
mm,
context.
mhm.
So there are only two of them that are not already on her TBR or are not already on like the list of series books that she's reading. So there's not a ton of danger of stuff not being on her shelves. That being said, if there is something that isn't on her shelves, I can loan it to her, or the library can do that too.
So, oh, we have
Oh, we have a hand. The hand is picking. Thank
okay.
you, hand.
Thank you, hand. Are we
How
allowed
fun.
to say who the hand is? Okay, so for context, actually, Michelle is staying over at here tonight, so you just saw her hand, and
Now you
you'll
have to
actually
unwrap
see how
my.
long it takes me to actually unravel this little thing.
They're hard. They're hard to break into.
There we go. So, oh, it is an Angela pick.
Oh, it is an Angela pick?
Yes.
How fun. I thought it was going to take a while for us to get an Angela pick.
Nope.
What's your Angela pick?
Nope. I think you could. I think I could have. I could have envisioned that you would pick this one for me.
Okay.
This is 84 Charing Cross Road.
That is a quick one. You could probably read that in one or two sprints tonight if you could find the ebook.
Ooh.
Um, it's very quick,
Okay.
but it's lovely, and I wanted to give you an easy one. That was also a random
Thank
one,
you.
and it felt like a good choice.
Oh,
It's also, I know you don't read a ton of nonfiction. It's
yeah.
technically nonfiction, but it's
Mhm.
like, you know, it's not intense nonfiction. It's sweet.
Got it. Got it.
For everyone else,
Mm.
84 Charing Cross Road is um, this these letter interactions in between Helene Hanff, who's like an essayist and a writer who was living in America in the 50s. And she was living in New York City. And she was getting all of her reading materials and all of her books from a bookshop in Britain.
Mhm.
So this is like kind of post World War II, her asking for books and getting the books and just them talking about books. It sounds sort of trite, but it's really sweet. And it made me smile and it made me cry. And it's only like 70 pages long. It's not long at all. And most of those pages aren't even complete pages because they're letters, right? So there's like a lot of
Mhm.
white space. It's very quick to read. So yeah, Disembodied Hand, good pick from the jar.
Yes. Hmm.
And
Interesting.
now we're watching Clementine trying to find it online. Ooh, how fun.
Yeah, the problem is somehow okay, I need to find maybe another library because it's weird. It's very strange because I see like the Kindle edition in like French, uh, Spanish,
I have it
German.
available in English from Maryland libraries. So it's possible that you just don't have one that I have. And for me, the only one that comes up is the English one.
No, it's a
Did you
problem.
spell Charing Cross Road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Can I put the? Can I search
Oh
for
no, the
Kindle?
audiobook is coming up for me, which is super random.
Yeah, the audiobook, yes, but not the Kindle. And I wanted for once to have it like to have more of a physical kind of read because
Sure.
I think it would be more interesting like that. But nope, it's weird. It's not public domain though.
It's not public domain yet. No.
Yeah. So I found it kind of weird. Well, I guess I will borrow the audiobook then.
I do remember, actually, I remember this because I looked into it. Um, and because I remember this coming up when I was reading it
Mm-hmm.
maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Sure.
And I don't think there is an ebook in English, which is kind of strange. But like I just looked on Amazon and
Okay.
they don't have an ebook version. They only have the physical versions.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I was looking at, but it's really strange that it's not.
it is. It's strange that there's not an ebook considering how popular
Yeah,
this book is. Um, like I am not the only one who has recommended this book. It's not like a niche
sure.
situation.
Yeah.
It's pretty popular, so it is bizarre. I do have some. I think I have a copy of it. So if you just like, if you don't want to dive into it tonight, and if you just want me to,
No,
I
no,
can try
no.
to.
I mean, that's fine. I'll try the audiobook and see, if it really bothers me too much or anything.
Sure.
But like, yeah, the audiobook is only 2 hours, so it's not too
Oh,
much.
it's not long. Yeah.
It's not long. Yeah.
It's a teeny tiny
Hmm.
little book, which made it perfect for this. Because like even if you hate it, you can make it through 2 hours with an
Yeah.
audiobook.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Atlas is being so funny. He's being very needy and
Hmm.
he's like laying on his back right next to me, and I have to continually pet him. And if I don't, then his little arms go, and then I have to start petting him again.
Funny.
Yep, that's our current
Uh-huh.
routine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a few minutes, like maybe 12-ish minutes. Do you want
Mhm.
to hop back into a sprint or do you have something else you want to chat about first?
Now I think I'm ready to hop back into a sprint. Now I don't know what I want to do though. If I
Oh
want
no.
to start. Yeah,
I'm sorry
no,
that I
I,
made it
I
hard.
I know. I do need to make some more progress in Babel, so I will do one more sprint with Babel, and then reward myself with the other one.
I support you. I support you in your Babel reading. Alrighty, friends. I'm putting. Do we want to do another 45?
I'm fine with 45. I like the.
Sure. All right, 45 minutes on the clock. I'll probably disappear for a little bit. I need to go get something to drink and probably take Atlas outside. But yeah,
That's fine.
happy reading. Good luck. See you soon. Welcome back.
Welcome back. How much did you read?
I took a short little break in the middle to have a snack.
Sure.
So I'm at 39%.
Ooh, good progress. And let us know, please, in the comments if you've read and how much did you read. I did also make good progress. I'm at page 360.
Ooh.
Something very, very big happened. Shit is hitting the fan, as we can say. It's bad.
I don't remember all of the things, but I think I do remember what you're talking about.
It's a big event.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not surprised that it's impactful for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um so do you think you're going to continue reading it tonight, or are you going to switch it up?
I do want to continue because right now it's like a train wreck that's starting to happen at this
Yeah.
point, and I want to see where it goes, and I'm probably gonna finish it tomorrow. So maybe I can actually see about getting like the physical copy of
Yeah,
84 Charing Cross Road for next week, and
that
maybe I
would be
can read it next break instead. That sounds like a good
yeah.
plan, probably.
Especially if you have a heavier one going from like your own TBR.
Mm-hmm.
84 Charing Cross Road would be a really great like little break. And the library should have physical copies for sure.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Michelle read 20 more pages of her crime scene book. Yay.
Good.
Nice work. And Linda's hitting chapter 93, which is super impressive. That's like 6
Yep.
more chapters than she was at before. So go, Linda. Woohoo.
Yay.
Because I took a break and I walked Atlas and things, I did not get super far on my embroidery. But if we do one more sprint, I will definitely be done with the red by the end
Ooh,
of our next sprint. So
which is exciting because like there's a lot more red than blue, right?
no, I think
No.
there's more blue than red.
Oh yeah, because there's the whole like
It's the
octopus
whole
head.
octopus, yeah.
Yeah, and
I,
all the limbs and stuff. Yeah,
I do
probably.
think
Yeah.
it's going to look really cool though,
Mhm.
as the blue from the octopus is starting to grow. So I really like the dark colors of this
Mm,
kit against the light background. It's very satisfying.
nice.
Um, if you haven't tried embroidery, it's like slow adult coloring where you're just like filling in all of the spaces like as
I like the
perfectly.
analogy. Yes.
So I think that people who like adult coloring, just like with colored pencils or pens or whatever, would love embroidery. I think
It
there's a lot of crossover
Yeah,
potential.
although it might be grating for some people because it might be too slow for them, the
When
program.
I was doing like the adult coloring books, I would I did it in pen, and I liked the ones with the little
Mm,
teeny tiny sections where I would fill in the little teeny tiny patterns with my like gel pens.
I
And
see.
so embroidery is extremely similar to like that niche of
Mm,
coloring, is what
mhm.
I'll say. Michelle says, but coloring with different textures, which is so true. There are
That's
different
true.
textures and different stitches, and it's
Mhm.
very satisfying. That's all
Yeah,
I'll say.
yeah.
Very good. Very nice. Yeah.
I guess the problem that I have, I did buy like an embroidery kit because I did try when I was I think maybe 8 or 10 years old. I did try to do some embroidery. And I did remember enjoying it, but I remember it being very, very slow. And also I'm not a very good sewer for sure. I'm not very good at sewing. But so that is something that I want to do this year at some point.
I
Um,
remember trying it as a kid too, and just like being kind of frustrated, but I don't think I knew exactly what the expectations were. Like I remember being given this kit and like
mhm.
thread and then just kind of making it up like trying to fill it in with a thread or whatever, and like not having a super great time. But then like going back and learning it as an adult with like full coordination, like my hands go where I want them to and things. It's been really pleasant. And I'm only a year into my embroidery journey, but like highly recommend. Very fun. Yeah. Linda,
Yes,
I'm
Linda.
so excited for you. I hope it's amazing. One of my favorite kind of embroidery experiences that I had over this last year was I did a kit from Jessica Long Embroidery. That one's very pretty.
I got this one.
Clementine. But Jessica Long Embroidery, she's an independent embroidery artist, and she makes kits and things. They're kind of expensive. They're sort of pricey, but she also does stitch along videos. So the one that I got was like a bird, and it was very dense. So there was like a lot of time and a lot of like stitches that you could do in the space. And it taught you like, I want to say like 13 or 14 different ways to stitch, which was really awesome. It was a great beginner situation. And I remember just like listening to her voice as I was learning to embroider and just being like, life is grand. This is beautiful. So yeah, if you've got, of course, picking up a $5 kit from Michael's does almost exactly the same thing. But if you've got a little bit extra and you wanted to support an independent artist, I really love her stuff. So, yeah.
Definitely.
Ah, goodness gracious. So we are almost officially 2 weeks into this year so far. Do you have any favorite books that you've read so far this year, Clementine? Any standouts of 2025?
That would imply that I gave a 5-star and I haven't yet. So, yep. It's too I don't read as many books as you, so it's way too early. You should ask me like, after at least a full month. Because like right now it's way too early. I did reread Sword Heart by T. Kingfisher, which was one of my favorite romanticises. I think I forgot how it ended and how it had
Really?
this kind of extra kind of epilogue in the end that was kind of a prelude to like a sequel that she never wrote. I mean, not being like a cliffhanger or anything like that, but just a little, oh, there's this other sword somewhere else that we are supposed to find or something. And I was like,
Right.
oh, yes, that's right. um, but yeah,
I hope that she eventually circles back to those because I really do love T. Kingfisher and I really like Sword Heart a lot.
yes, and also like the Paladins, Grace and Paladins, the Saint of Steel series, because like she does have like 3 more books to write in this series, and especially like now that she also wrote like 4 books, you can definitely see like the overall this overarching plots and also the complexities of the world, and also like I love the cameos of other characters that you've seen in like the Clockwork Boys and like the Sword Heart and everything. And I love the Order of the Rats so much. They're just so funny to me. This like religion that's like very logical and just materialistic and just nice overall, but just like you're like, did you actually just invent your god to actually propagate like helpfulness in some ways? Because it in some
Hey,
ways it is a
wouldn't
little
be the
bit.
worst thing to do. Would not be the worst thing to do for
No.
sure. Michelle says her average rating so far is only 2.5. Mine is a 3.66. I've had 2 4.5 stars so far this year. Oh no, 3. One was a nonfiction. Yeah, I think it's been fine. It's been a great volume wise for me. It's been a great beginning of my year.
Uh-huh.
I just finished Savor It by Tara DeWitt. She got some popularity a few years ago for writing funny feelings, which I thought was just okay. But then one of my coworkers recommended Savor It, and I really enjoyed it. It's a contemporary romance, but
Okay.
like it does have some more serious themes, and I Yeah, I really like that one. Clementine, I think it's possible you might like Savor It. It's also possible that you wouldn't like it. It's like kind of small town vibes. But I liked it.
So I've read 6 books so far, right? And 2 of them were manga. One of them was a reread, right? So I've read like only like 3 full novels that were like, not rereads. And I haven't rated them yet. I haven't put them through my, reading system yet. But I know none of them is a 5 star.
I go
Babel
on fives.
might potentially make it a 5 star. It would be a low 5 star, but probably because of all the writing, which is amazing, and like the plot and the characters, on its merit. But like it yeah, just from like the subject content and like also how worried I feel also for the main character. Definitely, like he really grew on me a lot. And he's really interesting. I Yeah. So maybe so far it is the best read I've read in the year.
Hey, now I feel proud.
But I do have to go back to Nona of Ninth after that, and that might be my first 5 stars if this one isn't. So we'll see. Um,
Yeah. Linda, I admire you. I
that's
admire
amazing.
this. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I think also the main problem for me is I started, watching a lot of YouTube and a lot of people talking about books, and I wanted to then I started to use Goodreads and rate my books, right? And I was struggling how to rate stuff, and then I discovered people online having a rating system with a bunch of different categories, that they rate. And now that's the only way that I can actually rate books. But I did realize for sure that I give 5 stars less easily for sure than I did before. But also I feel for me that it's the only way that I can be kind of objective between different ones. Because otherwise I would tend to say like, oh, I loved it right now. And like 2 months later I would say like, it was actually more a 4 star than the 5, like, it's just I was loving it at the moment, but it was just a moment book. Um,
I mine are entirely vibes based. Basically like I didn't really love it is like
mhm,
a 3. To get below a 3, you have to be like actively offensive in some way. Or like just painful to get
mhm,
through. And usually I DNF those. If I'm actually giving a rating to something that's less than a 3, I view that as a failure on my part that I did not walk away from that book.
mhm,
Between a 3 and a 4 is like entirely average, but I probably read something like it before. I'm like, yeah, I've seen this. I'm having a good time, but like,
mhm,
it's fine. It's good. Between a 4 and a 5, it's like I'm loving the author, definitely going to return to this. There's usually something unique about it, something that's really grabbing me. And then my 5 stars are the ones that I just can't stop thinking about. And if I give a 5 star right after, often when I go back and look later, I demote. And then every once in a while, I'll realize I gave something a 4.5 star that feels like a 5 star later, and I'll bump it up. I don't mind adjusting my ratings later. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
Um,
it doesn't bother me either, but that does beg the question because this year I want to make a blanket, a crochet blanket
mhm.
with my ratings, which is why also I'm late and I'm fine being late because I do like to sit a little bit. So that's why usually I wait like at least a couple weeks to let it like simmer a little bit in my mind, and then I'm like, am I really thinking about it? Because, like, and that way I can more like sit on it and like, okay, so objectively, what did I love the most about it or something, right?
Mhm.
Or, things like that. There are some books though, when I do just finish them, I know for a fact it's gonna be a 5 star, it's always gonna stay a 5 star. Um, and yeah.
Again, Linda, I admire you. I
Wow.
am often an early DNFer. I DNF'd something at 8% this morning because I listened to it while I was getting around and I was like, I don't wanna anymore. It was a memoir about like slow like woodworking and carpentry and like slow crafting and
Mm-hmm.
appreciating the world around us. And I started it being like, this is gonna make me like want to knit and want to be cozy. And instead I was like, I am bored out of my ever loving mind. I could not, I was just like, if this man that has one more run on sentence about how the wood that he's looking at like inspires him, I think I might
Sure.
like, so I stopped, which was an objectively good decision for me. But I do tend to DNF early compared to, I think, other people. I just don't care as much. But I think it's because my volume that I'm reading is so high that I'm just like, oh yeah, it's just another
I
whatever. Another.
usually don't DNF that much from the start. And I usually also do give it a long time. If I DNF really, really quickly, it's usually because the writing style is very, very hard for me and I really don't get it anything. Or like the I read the book and instantly I hate the character, but not hating the character in the right way, right? Hate the character and oh, I don't want to read ever from this perspective at all, right?
Yeah.
Or like the book is really not the genre or something that I thought it was, and I was completely mistaken about this. Which is a lot less often now that I know, about books from online and that I research a little bit more for things. But this year I've been trying also to go through like a lot of my physical TBRs, that I'm moving. And I did DNF recently, like this week. I read like one chapter, like 12 pages, and I DNF'd.
Yeah. That's a super early Clementine DNF.
Well,
Yeah.
she was 9 years old. It was not like the African setting. I was interested in the African setting, and I was like willing to maybe continue for that. But like she was 9 years old, and she had this like encounter with this boy, and had like instant love with this boy. She went instantly in love for a 9-year old, and I read like just a review and I saw that it was a love triangle on top of it too. And I was like, oh yeah, no. No, not for me. And it really did feel also like very much like a YA. Also like the character was supposed to be 9 years old, but they didn't feel 9 years old, and the writing felt more YA. And it was supposed to be adults, and I was like, it's one of those that's bridging the gap, which is fine for people. But I know I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna find it's middle of the road. I'm probably not even gonna want to finish the duology. It's even I think only a duology too. So I was like, meh, so I am trying to, try some and give myself a bit more grace on those, definitely,
Yeah.
because like,
And you're in a situation where you really need to kind of burn through your physical
yeah,
TBR.
no,
So that makes sense for you for
which is
sure.
why I give myself like a pile of the ones that are the most hesitant about, because I've heard like about like either the content or like other people that I trust or things like that, and I really want to like dwindle down a little bit. Um, so hey, I already did like 20 books progress, so let's see next week how many I do.
It'll be great. I think it's the problem with dwindling your TBR like that is that the first cuts are even if they feel
Yes,
hard, they're the easiest cuts.
exactly.
And then after that it gets harder and harder.
Yes, it does, for sure. But I'm hoping that I can still make some good progress since, I have more time to read um, this month and that's but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I certainly believe in you for sure.
Do you
Um
feel okay? Do you not feel too tired? Do you think we can do one last sprint, maybe?
Yeah, I think I would be okay for one last sprint. I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy, but I would love to finish the red section on my embroidery. And,
Okay.
I don't know that I'll quite hit, I might hit 50% on Black Powder War, which would be an accomplishment. That would be awesome.
That would be great.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set our timer.
Sure. Do you want to do 30 minutes since you're a little bit tired, or 45?
I'm fine with 45. That's okay. I feel like you've trained me to it.
Well, that just means more progress for my book because I do want to finish it tomorrow. I told myself I think I can finish it tomorrow.
I think you can finish it tomorrow. I think the end goes pretty quicker compared to the
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, everybody. See you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How was your sprint, Clementine? How did it go?
Good. I'm sure Scorpio's already gone, but good night.
Scorpio and Linda left too.
Aw, yes.
Yep, but that totally makes sense. It is late at night. I'm impressed that they hung out for so long.
Yeah, I did reach page 400 something, 402, so I'm at 74%. I have 25% left and 5 hours and a half. But I'm listening at 2.4 times speed right now, so reading along.
That's really fast. Yeah.
Well, I'm in the now that I know most of the words and everything, and I'm reading along, so I'm reading, faster than I would if I were just doing this. Oh,
Gotcha.
hi
Hi,
Maria.
Maria. It's nice to see you.
Yes, Maria, you can attest because I did tell her before that I wanted some accountability, and I did reach page 400 of Babel, so I have made progress.
Woo.
And
We are
now I'm
proud of
saying
you.
Babel because the audiobook keeps saying Babel, and I still don't know if it's Babel or Babel. And I think nobody knows, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine either way.
Yeah.
I made it to. I must be past 50% now. Though I'm starting to stumble my words, which means I'm tired. Yeah, I'm at 54% officially.
Nice.
Woohoo! It is getting very exciting. We're getting some action, which is great. It's definitely like it's just not a traditional like 3-act structure, this
Mm.
book, but I don't think the other ones were either. It's more like a bunch of little
Mm-hmm.
things going wrong that they're encountering and trying to overcome. And when I say little, I mean like pretty significant things,
Mm-hmm.
but like kind of smaller term um, things on the course of this bigger
Mm-hmm.
journey.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, success in embroidery news. I started the blue, which is great.
Ooh.
It doesn't look like much right now with the blue, but
Yeah.
eventually
No, but I
the blue
like good
will be tentacles.
colors.
Yes.
I
So
like colors.
exciting stuff. Oh goodness gracious, my
Aw,
brain feels pretty dead at this point.
thank you, Maria. And yes, the name is an eternal mystery. I'm more willing to say Babel because that's more the way that I pronounce it in French too.
I grew up with Babel,
But
yeah.
I don't. And woo, Maria saying that it's very pretty.
Thank you,
So,
Maria. I always appreciate your encouragement too. Perfect timing too, because I just fastened off a thread, so I
nice.
probably won't thread a new one
Sure.
tonight. I'll just wait until next time.
And we should all each pat ourselves in the back. Maria too for a long work day, and everybody else
Yeah.
for being very productive for these sprints.
Yes.
I don't want to talk too much more because it's a little bit late and we're all tired.
Yeah.
But we'll see you all probably next week on Monday, as
Yep.
usual. Our new
Likely next week, 6 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah.
And yeah, happy reading, y'all. Have a good night.
Have a good night.